Hello. How's it going? Happy Friday. Back with the fucking encoding errors. We were doing great until I changed the scene. Hopefully it's just because my bot is loading. Come on, girly, do your thing. What's up? I feel like I look terrible. That's fun. Oh yeah, what a good freeze frame. What a good freeze frame. It's a little bit better with my hair down. I look, oh god, less terrible. The encoding errors are so annoying. I don't know what to do to fix them. So that's great. And what I need is to finish upgrading / fixing my computer, which will happen at some point. Maybe next week. That would be nice. So open my task manager and fuck around with that. Anyway, what's up? How's it going? Hope you're had a good week and leading off into a great weekend. What have I been up to? I've been watching a lot of Supernatural. Like a lot of Supernatural. In the past week, I've gone from like season 9 to season 12. Which is, you know, something. A lot. I've been watching a lot. Don't want Microsoft Edge to update, but thank you so much. I would love to straight up delete Microsoft Edge from my computer. But unfortunately, I don't think that's an option. It would be really nice, like really nice, but alas and alack, I believe it is not to be. I would love, there we go. Too bright. Too bright. Oh, my glasses are nasty. I feel like a mess today. I'm not wearing a blanket. I'm wearing a sweater that I made. Crocheted. Cardigan, I guess is what it's called. But it does look like a blanket. Because it's basically a blanket, but a jacket. So I've been watching a lot of Supernatural. And I'm back to the season I hate. The season that stopped me watching and finishing the show. So, you know, thank God, Netflix lets you watch stuff on 1.5 speed. I would prefer 2 times speed. But I'll take 1.5, you know? I'll take it. Because at first I was like, I'm just gonna skip season 11 because I hate it, or season 12 because I hate it so much. I like season 11. And I like season 11 maybe for a weird reason, and it's just because Sam and Dean stop lying to each other constantly. They start actually telling each other the truth about what they're dealing with and the struggles they're facing. And it's such a refreshing breath of air. And I remembered loving season 11 because of it. And I don't think I loved it, like, I don't intensely love it. It was a fine season. Better than season 10 and season 9 for sure. Season 9 and season 10 are... Season 10 especially is... It has its moments... But, like, they don't lie to each other constantly, except for, like, one episode. Like, one episode. Which I hate that. It's, like, a dumb filler episode, too. That they didn't need. And they lie to each other in it, and it just ruins it. I don't like that episode. But I don't mind the rest of them. And I like the season finale. Spoiler alert, with Mary coming back from the dead. what a way to just leave people for months. What a shock ending. And Sam just being shot by a mysterious British woman. It's a good season finale. Working out your differences as family, all that shit. Nobody's here, so I'm taking the opportunity to ramble about Supernatural. Sorry for anybody watching the VOD and is like, will this girl not shut the fuck up about this bad television show? First of all, it is bad, but it's also great. Like, I don't know what to tell you about that. It has its moments where it's actually quite good. The first 5 seasons are great TV. And then I'm going a little roller coaster. I gotta finish the show though. I'm going to finish the show. We're gonna do it this time. I'm gonna pay attention because I've been like 50 to 75% paying attention to most of it because I've watched it already. Hi Izzy, how's it going? We are on game 2, case 2. So the flashback case with Shamspear, which is quite the name. Guess who's super hyper fixated on Giselle Brett? I love that for you. I love that for you. And she's the racist goose woman, right? You ship Shamspear and Giselle? Okay. Alright. Sure. You came in on me rambling about my hyperfixation. Supernatural. So, we're both having a time. This is a swan. Okay, yes, this is a swan. You're right. She's wearing swans. But she's still a racist. I was not sad to learn she had perished. Ugh. I loved her. I was so upset in the first game to find out how awful she was, because the whole time she was on the screen, I don't know if I verbalized it at all, but the whole time she was like, I want to cosplay her. I want to make that outfit and wear it. It's great. It's so good. And then she turned out to be a horrific, murderous racist. And here we are. I don't think we've learned her whole deal yet, even though she's dead. But, you know, whatever. We'll get there eventually, probably. There's 4.5 more cases in this game or something like that. Why is I can't get my, can it just lay, like, can my outfit be, like, symmetrical? I'm futzing with my clothes, but also my camera's mirrored, so I'm like, I don't know. I'm just gonna look crooked. I think I'm also sitting sideways. Or my camera is sideways. That might be it too. Just wiggle you around. I don't think that's straight either, but you know what? Just, none of us are straight, so it works out. Alright, should I start playing this game? It's been 20 minutes since I went live. That's maybe a little excessive. I didn't realize I was talking about Supernatural for that long. My apologies. Oh, great freeze frame. Cool, thank you so much, OBS. I love that so much. There we go. And there we go. Alright, let me put my romance book I was reading before it streamed down. Yes, okay. Investigation Part 3. Part 3? Excuse me. I guess it's part 3 overall. That would make sense. Alright. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the street of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now, your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. This is like our second case, isn't it? Or like third case? The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. My boyfriend! It should be Kazuma. Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes. I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. They're so cute. I love their friendship. Okay. Let's move, I guess. Shall we go and say hello to Mr. Yes, we should go say hi to Mr. Sholmes and Iris. Thank you for the suggestion. I would love to talk with them. Oh, Vuno and Susie. Hurry! Hooray! Not hurry. You're back. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Ugh! I can't deal with the psychological damage of this man and his outfit. The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you did. Ha 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 ha. This dumbass. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know about that, my dude, but, you know, not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yeah, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That is the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Let's chat, dummy. Excuse me. Lord Barak von Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor had fought some... Oh my god. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. You run a parody Twitter account for Giselle, and there's a plotline where Soseki and Giselle are fighting over Shamspear, and Soseki's absolutely terrified of her. I report Marcella's being an absolute bitch. I love that for you. You should drop the name of it, because I will absolutely follow you. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. All seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. There's some major spoilers for Giselle in there, but Odette Saxon. Okay, I will follow it. I will follow it and then mute it and then unfollow it when I'm done with the game to not get spoilers. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial in the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. Hold on. Before I lose it. We're gonna follow, and we're gonna mute. And then I will unmute it when I finish this game. Probably sometime in the next month. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Japanese people. Okay. With Mr. Natsumi, who is currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I feel it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? Why is he a racist? It was about 10 years ago that Baron von Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I want the juicy gossip. I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, It is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Don't tease me like that! So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my! There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavour. Well, that's certainly unsavoury behaviour. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris. At the ready, Hurley. I just add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black. What a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is nearly a test, my dear madam. I find Giselle Shamspeare fun because of how insanely toxic it would be. Because it's Poison Lady and guy who is scared of poison for reasonable reasons. Fair enough. It's a fun dynamic. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, for forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. This is somehow going to be relevant later, but I don't know how. Probably to do with the tea discs, the tea coins, I don't know. I regularly engage with this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Sholmes method be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant, was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. I'd love to. Keep talking to handsome man. So, your tea test. Is this an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes! As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Reminds me, Sherlock made a Twitter group chat named Fight Club, which just has Sasaki and Shakespeare in it. It did not go well. What is it? Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. My brain just stopped working there for a second.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later. These dorks! No, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yeah, of course. You just said so a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably, maybe, well, I might. Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie.
All right, let's go to... You know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. What is... This is... I like these hints that there's somebody telling me where to go. What a treat. I can't wait to see Mr. Sholmes' forensic investigation techniques. This is a room for a scream was struck. What a relief. Oh, worse for wear. The English room is so splendid of color. I don't know. Let's go here. I'm sure nobody's gonna be here, but...
What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance.
Yeah, I hear angry voices. Oh! Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken.
Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting.
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that moustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady.
I wish you died from that poison.
God a mercy, ample lady, thou seest I have vigour still. Behold my Shakespeare dance. Please stop it. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? I know, Olive is so tiny. I cannot handle how small she is. Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspeare? Marry, I do believe I am returned onto another ward.
He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work.
Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Look at that beautiful twig. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? You dropped your... Oh my God, iambic pentameter. Wow, that was magic. Anon, exeunt. Goodbye. Mr. Shamspeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything all right?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
I can't talk with you. I would love to chat with you. Okay, she got nothing. Okay, bye. You love Shamspeare. He's unhinged. He has issues. Makes me miss a... Oh, I'm not even getting an ad notification. Twitch, what the fuck? Dropping the ball. Oh, it's you. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. Oh god. I have to remember his voice. What you doing here? No, it's not British. What are you doing here? What is it? What are you doing here? I don't think that was it. Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has the right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score. I know this. What is his voice? Yeah, I know the score. Something like that. Oh, yes. One other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. I'm finally there. Just as he's probably about to leave. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. There he is! Just blinking into existence. What is he? At least he's like standing like a normal person right now. Like he's doing something a normal person would do.
So it turns out that Mr. Shamsworth wasn't eating the soap at all.
That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two.
It certainly is hard to imagine, let alone deduce. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh.
That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring.
That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there.
Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning.
It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Shamsworth must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Oh. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I'm sure the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window.
Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo.
start with talking to Gregson.
Are you looking for a new clues, Inspector?
On Lord Van Zeke's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Hi, Nico! You're once again here fashionably late, as long as you're fashionable. What'd you miss? Not much. Sholmes is doing some forensic science. I got jump scared by him in that outfit again. And now we're investigating Shamspeare's room. Oh, also, we went to Miss Green, the little short lady who got stabbed, her hospital room, and Shamspeare and her were fighting about something. I guess he was trying to look at her painting. He was being weird. I'm wearing my cardigan. Spin. I love it. I'm addicted to it. It's my new favorite thing. I went to Walmart today to pick up baking ingredients, and a lady, as I was walking into the building, honked her horn at me, and I turned around and I was like, what? And she was like, did you make that? I was like, yeah. She's like, I made one too, it's so good. This woman stopped her car in the middle of a busy Walmart parking lot to tell me she liked my cardigan. So that was fun. But it was so easy. I made it in like 2 days. And the like self-striping yarn is the best. I love it. It's just like 2 giant 6-sided granny squares. I can make little doll-sized ones. Anyway, I don't know why I had that thought.
Poor you.
Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Alright, let's go talk to this doofus. Look at him. This is the only time he's ever stood like a normal person in a room. I'm like in shock and awe. That he's not like on the ceiling or upside down or sitting on top of the mannequin. Like, Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? Also that he came because he said he wasn't going to. What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing over here, Sholmes? What are you up to over here? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, always under scrutiny, it seems. I butchered that sentence.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. He is just so. He's got the stupid goggles on. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Oh my god, he just pulled a gun. I want to shake him like a baby rattle. Me too, Nico. That's just a gun. That is fully a gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Okay, here, try them on. There, now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? Press a little press of the space of space on the area you're investigating, interested in, is all that's required, like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. The suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas is the most efficient way to cover a large area. There's another invention I discovered incidentally while I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements in the night of question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. He's gonna have touched everything. Let's explore. It's his house. Okay. I just forgot the look around button. Okay. This looks like everything I could possibly... There we go. It was like he had to have touched that. And then... There we go. Will it stop when I get it all? Why was he touching the floor? There we go. Oh god. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Ugh, Bert, sends a chill down my spine. What? That's a new sentence. Oh god! That's what you were getting at. But sure. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Oh, okay. Now what? Do I have to, like, spray more areas multiple times? I don't know what I did to trigger that. What do I do? Okay. Am I missing something? Touching the ceiling. Touching this hole in the wall. The floor. There's more at this table. More on the stage. What am I... Yeah, yep. Got that already. Thank you for retweeting the stream, Nico. Okay. Okay. It was entered in the court record? No, it wasn't. Meanwhile, Go to the room. You'll find 2 spots with an abundance of handprints. Find 2 spots. Oh, God, there we go. Was it? I must have sprayed everywhere around that spot. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. Multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. Is he, There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I oft stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture. You mean?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment.
Oh, hi, Susato.
Ah!
What is it, Miss Susato?
Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out.
One of the... You mean the secret hiding place? Excellent work. Excellent work, Miss Susato. So, what have we in here? If I could speak English. Nico, we are all normal. Brett Spear 0, Shoseki 2. I think Brett Spear is maybe hindered a little bit by the fact that they are not on the same continent during any of these games. I think that maybe hinders their chances, like a little bit. And now she's dead. And I'm not sad about it. What are you doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. That's not his voice. That's not what he sounds like. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips while we stick around on the floor here. Your fancy talks put me off my food anyway, Sholmes. No bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, secret hiding place under the floor. What a find.
It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to Tommy Mat.
No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate it once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
I think we've thought of one reason.
It's his fucking spot.
Anyway. There you are. A print for you. I think that's what he's saying. The photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered in the court record. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints, too? Now then. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. Thank you, Shawns. So am I. Hello, Gregson. What's up? What's up, Greggy Poo? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboards there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we are well acquainted. Am I having a stroke? Inspector Gregson. Really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismissal failure. A dismal failure. Yeah, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what's under that floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. Suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as a feather, as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? All of it? Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. Bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first.
Oh my goodness! He'd committed a capital offense.
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? A treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere. No one knows where. Now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced into the floor? I suppose now you mention it does seem a little bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got on Selden back at the yard, see if I can turn anything up. Capital offender article has been entered in the court record. Oh my god. So this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. That's the guy in Green's room. The picture. In Olive's room. Not Green. Yeah, Olive Green is her name. Yes, so it appears to have been taken on the street in front of the house here.
And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrideb, the landlord, of course.
But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garrideb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You could take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Is that true? I'm gonna go ask Olive about it. Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. No, but taking bribes is. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. Olive is not dead. Olive is a short, round lady who got stabbed but didn't die. All the more reason not to be telling you. dismal failure. Yes, I heard. In photograph. She is. We saw her yesterday. We saw her last time too. But then I'll go back to her hospital room after we finish here. I wonder why the photograph was. A photograph like this was sitting on the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Gardepp was rather delighted to have been immortalized. Probably made a proud present of it. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspear, give us a clue, man. You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Oh, a kitty cat. Hi, baby.
Oh, look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name?
It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wakahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wakahai, there's something delicious I brought you from the cat's meat man.
Oh my god! It's a baby! I could watch this all day. You didn't spend long enough. Oh, he's loafing!
He couldn't be happier now, look.
I just hope it could bring some happiness to his owner, too. Oh, he's sleeping!
You making biscuits?
Hi, Wakahai. That was a cheeky little meow, Wakahai.
But he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think he may not appreciate that after a while. We have an investigation to get back to. Okay, I guess we can move on, Ryu. Let's go back to hospital. I want to show. This is Olive. Oh, I can't present anything to her. That wasn't what I wanted. Another ad. I'm not getting the notification anymore about the ads. Normally I get a little notification that one's happening, but OBS today doesn't want to show it to me, or Twitch. I'm inclined to blame Twitch before I blame OBS, but I don't know. Okay.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy.
Nico, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Izzy. You're the best. No more ad. You're so sweet.
Mr. Gardept appears to be out.
Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Okay. Did I miss something? In Shamspear's room? No. Let's go to the prison. Or not. What have I missed? Hampers to the wall. Tin box. Baga High. Did I miss something previously? Okay, I didn't talk to Susato. So I guess let's go have a chit-chat with Susato. Kazuma's wishes. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand.
I know.
But not only that, but finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Or as well as me.
Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all.
For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Suseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it.
Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first.
What's become of him, actually?
I was told he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment.
Oh, which one is that?
Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart's, as Londoners call it.
We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back.
Do be careful with your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yeah, we should probably visit the hospital later. Done. Done and dusted. So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But he isn't the culprit, then obviously. If he isn't the culprit, then obviously,
yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left on the bar of soap.
Well, if you run to Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. We have, in fact, found out all of those things. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Osaki, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. Look at that handsome boy. Both of them. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. With the dumb headband that we found out he wears because he got a tongue twister wrong. They're such dorks. I love them. Both are such dorks. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Kazuma, stop being so cryptid and I'm dying!
Naruhodo-san?
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma.
Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right, but...
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all.
Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
The sword! I mean this. That was kind of startling to see that rise.
His katana?
I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? Yes, he can swing on some... He could swing on Baron von Zieks. I would love to watch him swing on von Zieks. That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Osaki clan. And now it's passed to you, because you're my husband. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Reinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I believe that. Anki boy. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Nico! Are we... Is everybody here just like horny on Maine today? What is going on? I knew you wouldn't let me down. I was reading a spicy romance book right before stream. What's happening to me? And I don't know why I'm reading it either. I don't know.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I had hoped the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue.
I see.
Okay. Now can I go see Soseki in prison? Is he here? Yes, he is. He's just a square of a man. A rectangle.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Lang. Which one is Lang? I know who Lang is, but I can't remember right now. Hold on. Van Zieks is baby girl in his place. Oh, Lang. I remember now. He's alive. As of April 2019, apparently he's alive. large team of 100 subordinates. Anyway, I'm gonna get off at the Wikipedia. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Sasaki's having a mental breakdown. Possibly valid, but he's having a mental breakdown. You lost him in the narrative sense. Fair. Fair. We've all lost them in the narrative sense. It's a crime. He doesn't show up in any other games. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. That is a great question, Nico. I think he's having a mental breakdown about 90% of the time that we talk to him. Trying to. He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out this new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring it back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsumi? I am not a cat. It worked. He's back to the real world. What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! I, a cursed soul, is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsumi, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Look at her determined face. Oh, yes, local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. Okay, buddy. Let's have a chat. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But I just blocked those out. If I just blocked those out, then today, being in that courtroom was it was the most moving experience of my life. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak. This is like real. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamspeare! What have I ever done to him? Oh my god. Yes, I did look him up after playing the last game, because he was a real man. Soseki Natsume was a real-life Japanese author who lived from February 9th, 1867 to December 9th, 1916, and visited Britain as an exchange student to study English literature. Unfortunately, he did not enjoy the majority of his time in the country and became somewhat reclusive. However, he did learn a great deal during his time abroad and eventually became a professor of English literature at Tokyo Imperial University when he returned home. And he wrote the I am a cat. He wrote a cat book. Wrote a number of things. Was an interesting man. Because I was saying he looked like Poe, and Izzy corrected me. Was like, no, he looks like the actual man he's based off of. And I was like, cool. You learn new things every day.
That rotten Shamspear, what have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all!
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Well, you know what, Mr. Natsumi?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Oh yes. You said it's because the place is cursed that you're so cheap, didn't you? That it's so cheap, didn't you? He looks like he's sucking on his own mustache. You're not wrong, Nico. It's like in his mouth.
Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place. And it's trying to kill me.
Capital offender? Yeah, what the fuck?
Might I ask locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps.
Okay. I'm going to show you things. I don't think I'll have anything to say about this. Mr. Natsumi, it's nothing much, but...
Oh, it's been too...
Okay. Here we go.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
So he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings.
What? He does this thing with his mouth sometimes that really sells the idea.
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man.
Mr. Natsumi, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Things are taking me right there and not making me back out of the menu.
Truth is, I don't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room.
Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsumi?
It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsumi?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Garadev came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
A landlord special. Lucky for Mr. Garadev, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsumi. I think that's what he meant, Ryunosuke. And now you believe this curse is affecting you?
It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm just struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamsper last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though.
Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garydub's rooms?
I don't know. I don't think I have anything else to present him. He's not gonna know anything about... No. He doesn't know about that. And I don't think he's gonna have anything to say about. No. Okay. Let's see if we can go talk to Garydub. Where's this old man? There he is. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garydub.
Right batty business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate and my lodgings hang in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital, on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah, well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blaze is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, the key back to Mr. Natsumi's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened?
Stopped off at the prison on my way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. This was not his voice from before, but it's fine.
So, what brings you my haunted abode today, eh?
I got some things to talk to you about.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that batty curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and the next chap in the room goes and keels over. I think it was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. And my next day... Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamser, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so was that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here?
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Ha 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 ha. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. He's such a dork. He's so cute. He's so cute. This is Anyway, heavens forgive me. The words just came to my lips. He comes out of those so abruptly. Some fishy fellow from the Far East. There's no need for that, Mr. Garrideb. Oh, he just said it again.
That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with
A background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Chance been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap. Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. To what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection, then? Are they the same person? That convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, you've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but won't be possible. Already have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor rent's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repent mine unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. Ground floor or nothing. You lobe, Selden? Is he Selden? We'll see. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo, a Shamspeare dance to celebrate! Oh my god. He's such a dork. Okay, hold on. From what I hear in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. Why did I say it like that? And it was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown, and have immortal longings in me. Shams, what are you doing? What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning on the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Alright, I'm gonna ask him about that picture. Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Oh, so the dead guy? Duncan Ross. Street photographer happened in passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. He's the dead one.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese fat chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago, after the criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. The history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time. So sadly, it was rather tardy to discover what happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. He says that the first Sherlock Holmes book, what this says Sherlock. Sherlock's knowledge of literature is null, and then he didn't even know the most popular authors. Honestly, I think that this Sherlock also only slightly knows the popular authors. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the only Shakespeare line the man knows. Once we got inside, we were all badly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all the work done, Mr. Satsumi says the same thing. The gas stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bloody curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. That reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is, left on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. What's gonna play on my mind? It's Olive! But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on this case. I think we should leave it well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colourful darling, Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case Sasaki-san was in court for regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Ah ha 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 ha. Crack ships for Ace Attorney is a pretty good pastime. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. His useless screen is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. I really hope she wasn't about to drink poison or anything. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm going to get my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me. That's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. Ashley. I know Clavier. Which one is Ashley? I'm forgetting everybody's names. Ashley. Graydon. Okay. She's 27. I guess in the... Is he really 17? In Apollo Justice? Oh, there are era differences. Okay, fair. Don't look. Okay, I'm closing the wiki. I'm closing it. I'm so confused. Okay. I don't know what it would be spoilers for, but okay. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Ryu! Don't do that! Clavier is 17 in a flashback case? Okay, that makes more sense. Because the range was 17 to 25. And I assumed he was more, like, 25. How was Apollo? Apollo Justice is 15 to 24. I think they're, like, yeah, similar ages. I'm glad this man put spoilers in a place that won't display and save to a VOD that'll be uploaded to YouTube. I don't know what happened. I'm so confused. Clavier has two hands. Oh, Nico! Hi, Cody. I'm just not gonna look at. I didn't think it was for you, Nico.
A little boy.
I thought you were talking about Apollo and Ashley. That's what I assume you're talking about. What is for the twink? Are we calling Apollo a twink? What is that? Cody, you've walked into like the horniest stream that's ever happened. Look at my world, I never know what's going on. I'm so confused. His twink and I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh no! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? He's a twonk, at least. Okay, yeah, maybe. Oh, dear. And I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
He has musical theater kid energy? Down in 1 for I got an achievement for examining that. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? He does kind of have musical theater energy. Yeah, if he wasn't a lawyer. If he wasn't a lawyer. You were a musical theater kid. Fun fact, my friend Kiara, who has come into streams sometimes, she just got cast as the Cat in the Hat in a local theater thing that she's doing. She's gonna be the cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right, I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
Susato, stop reading my mind. Maybe you, Miss Susato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either. I'm so glad they addressed that. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not like me, anyway. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Well, I have to show you something really quick. Miss Green, we're hoping to ask you about someone. Apollo's about to start 525,600 minutes. 525,000 moments in the middle of a courtroom. And Clavier would strum up. He'd probably look at him weird and then go, alright. And he would play the music for him. Be the background music. They're both dorks. Gavin is... Mr. Duncan Ross, you knew him, didn't you? That's why they're meant to be. They're even. Oh. Your medicine poured out on the floor. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did.
Oh, Miss Green, are you alright?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you.
I was correcting my spelling, Goofus. I understand now. Evenly gay for each other. I missed that. Oh.
It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of being a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led to Mr. Garridebs. Led him to Mr. Garridebs.
Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, I should be like he's a bitch, a stronger art or something. No! They've engaged!
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad.
I'm starting to think that's just her look. Ryu, you're so mean. It's an Ace Attorney game, Gabby. Fair. Anything's possible. Truly anything is possible. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. What was his name? Full name again? Duncan what? Duncan Ross. Okay. Just wanted to see if maybe his name was a pun too, but it's not. He's definitely Phoenix's ancestor just blasting her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm just so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo. Who is this? Oh my god. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What, Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows, as always. Well, make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You only need look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
Oh no, the rat died. It was poison. She was about to poison herself. The rat. I kind of said that as a joke. I didn't realize she was gonna... We were preventing her suicide. The mouse seems to be dead. Look. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yeah, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before this spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
Oh, Susato. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison?
No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
Can I read this little note now? It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes. May very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
"10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would have not enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way. Now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?"
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I stuck this out when he wasn't looking.
"Conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains."
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow.
"Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things." "Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison."
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that.
I mean, I think a mouse drinking any kind of drug would probably die. Especially a, 18th century drug, as would have been in these hotel rooms, so laudanum, quinine, cyanide, and arsenic, which they thought were medicines, but are in fact poisons. I don't know, there's a lot of things that we used to think were medicine, and very much were not.
Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
A strong seasoning of some sort could do them back then, especially the British ones. Absolutely.
Neither the sender's name or address appears to be.
Oh, it's got the ripped part on the edge. We have that.
Arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
is precisely the time when the incident occurred. I love her little paintbrush bun. Honestly, at a glance, paprika is probably enough to kill a Brit even now. Yes. Slug and Salad, yes. A pub at the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garadeb's house on. Yeah, I know that, Ryu.
Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness.
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day?
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes. I'm very sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Hell yeah, girl. Please go paint some good shit and stay alive. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Look at the background. I love the setting, and it's snowing a little bit, sort of, just by the lampposts. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yeah, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that might be of use for you in court tomorrow, do you think? The envelope bit being Olive Green's envelope is helpful, but I don't know how. Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garadev's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna help us get what's-his-face out of here, but we'll figure it out.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
Enter Mr. Natsumi's tea, you mean?
Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Oh yes, strychnine. Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yes, Baron Van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're gonna come?
Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsumi's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows and the lonely lurk. Sasaki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Okay, 2 more trial parts. Let's save the game. Hi, Carly. I just saw your message. How are you feeling, friend? Good. I'm glad you did. Did you work today? I hope you didn't. Oh God. You're very close to me. Thank you. No, he messaged us. It was like 4 a.m. and immediately just said out of office for work. Good. Good. Forget that those time differences are a lot. Ugh, I'm so sorry, friend. Just have that moment where it was so cold and then Navden woke up drenched in sweat. That's a fever. Are you feeling any better after your nap?
This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're just ignoring him! We're just gonna leave him to do whatever the fuck he's doing in the corner. Oh. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
In my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. It's because you're being weird. Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, Locum Center, Mr. Naruto Esquire! Less chest grossness, but your nose do be dripping. I feel you on that, my girl. Did they? No, they did see him. What you missed earlier, Carly, is when we visited him in prison, he was there with his eyes closed like that, just going, I am a cat. I'm not a person, I am a cat. And so what I assume is they both walked in, saw him standing there with his eyes closed shut, being a weirdo, and they just went, alright, fuck him. We're just gonna talk about our own thing. He's having a bad time right now. This is his second trial in like 2 weeks for something he didn't do. He's having a bad time. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. You're gonna blow out your windpipe. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I attained spiritual enlightenment. Good for you. The path of liturgy sees a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I have my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. Ryu is so sassy. He's so sassy.
You mustn't talk of your path leading to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example! Oh yes. There it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Really?
It's only been a week? This is our third case. Because the first case was Mr. Man who burned alive in the carriage. And then our second case was him. And then this is our third case. So it's his second trial in a week. I'm so confused. And we're already in Baker Street? Did we go to Baker Street right after the Soseki case? I'm so confused. Anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright.
It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The
great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant, your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately.
I was expecting, like, Sholmes to appear, like, under the couch or something. Once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us the light here. Lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today.
What is happening with this man?
Now, Lord Van Zeeks,
what can you tell us? Vampire Man?
Prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Stop pouring your dumb wine. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock, pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. No! In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him last night. Well, the brains in the yard analyzed it. Yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him in the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation!
He's just holding that out the whole time? Through that whole thing? Why? As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, is My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Uh-huh. It's a wonder that the glass on that lamp hasn't shattered. And that the whole place hasn't gone up in a blaze. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Hope the prosecution now calls back to the stand. I don't want to talk to him again.
I don't want to talk to him. It's his stupid dance.
Very well.
I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspear.
Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspear to the stand. He's the one who sent the note to Olive. It's her fault that she got stabbed out the window. Not that he could have planned that, but still. Mr. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did he have a belly full of foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but it was revealed in yesterday's proceedings. The witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he had been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear. Did I have a room full of the sweet fuel given? That's right, fellow jurors. Don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I've forgotten. Kept all about the ice coins and a tiny secret, didn't ya? Should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile, cowardly means I have plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins. Of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoings, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. Would it be that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
Objection. You got a cute voice. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will clearly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that the poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Excuse me. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, I narrated a drop of his own drink past his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise the poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. No, not true, 'cause he drinks his tea hot, 'cause he's a weirdo. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands. Ugh. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. I don't know what voices I'm giving any of the jurors. It's too many to keep track of. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. All right.
but the teacup Mr. Natsumi drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim: drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poison cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt his blood from a gaping wound, methinks. No. Though certainly 'twas after I made the coins of ice from his tea. Okay. An upset cup was found on the table as the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
I think there is.
It's true, there's no tea left in either cup he found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. Mr. Natsume's wise, drink the tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you. Yeah. No.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. Yeah, okay. How, chop logic. What is this, ye dark, ye clad friend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Let me talk through my logic. Because Mr. Natsume's teacup, Shamspeare's teacup had a ring around it and the inside, and Natsume's didn't, meaning Natsume's drank his, and Shamspeare's sat long enough to stain. Have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours of tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! I knew he was going to say that.
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during one trial. Sir, you are an alcoholic. Granted, you probably take 1 sip of that before you throw it, but you might want to keep that information to yourself. Yeah. Yet, oh god, he drained that. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't drink it. Yeah. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant? On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accursed cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
Why are you putting words in this man's mouth?
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
As you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead.
Yeah, what evidence? What evidence do you have of this?
But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid icicle that have bewitched this court.
No.
Prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Of the words you just put in his mouth. Hi, Chris. Thanks for the knocks.
Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No. Not true. You just put those words in this bit. Often the bit about to take a guess, obviously.
My lords and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grub's Grubbery Alehouse that night,
Okay.
naught did pass my lips but the black tea given by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad.
Okay. Yeah, Carly. He should absolutely be arrested for perjury. He's just an idiot. And he should be arrested, you know, for stealing gas. Why was the man allowed to just be out and about? And go harass that poor girl? But the British court system is the best in the world. Okay. Oh, I missed whatever he said.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment to see fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows, and never forgot the simple truth.
He what? He earlier, like one of the first things we did was go see Olive Green, the lady who was stabbed, and he was like harassing her. If that's not what you were talking about, let me know, and I'll clarify what you're actually asking about.
I pray ye wise and noble fellows, I never forgot the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another.
Okay.
Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord,
Who is yelling?
no.
I don't want to do a jury thing this early. Believe you may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. Oh, fuck you. By me?
I do declare you may be right.
We all know the Wayfarer was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer lad says he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, is what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. We have just heard from the victim there. Let's open our eyes again. I don't want to do another stupid thing. Summation. Reach a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it.
Court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No, you can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Are you?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Everybody's so dumb. Why? The fact that this whole thing is happening right now, because Van Ziek's, like, told the witness what to say. Told her how to lie. Where is the evidence of this teapot and that there was tea in it? I hereby declare the victory to be in one accord. Oh, happy day. I hate him. And I hate you too. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. Unable to accept the obvious truth, yeah. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime which he is charged. God. I'm a man of logic, me, and I have considered all the evidence. The defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Why does this have anything to do? Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases. Okay. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Okay. Nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? You're guilty because gas is bad. Yeah, I know. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supplies influence decisions somewhat. Yeah, but never mind. No, you really should mind. Ow. I, like, cut myself while I was slicing a fuck ton of apples earlier. Peeling a bunch of apples, and now it's itchy. Truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. There could be no doubt of that. And how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsier was actually poisoned. I didn't slice myself too. It was like I sliced like the top layer of skin off. Like, it wasn't very deep. It didn't even bleed. But now it's just itchy. More like a scratch, but a band-aid on. You can't even see that. Boo-boo band-aid. Anyway. My only hope is to demonstrate to the court that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty. Oh my god, I've already been going for 2.5 hours. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Well, the first 20 minutes of that is just me talking about Supernatural. I don't know.
Hold it!
Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding.
I think you'll find poison can't light or heat up a room. Okay. You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. What? Same, girlfriend. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal representation. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more businesses in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Wait, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Are you the brother of the guy who died? Because you kind of look like him. I'm gonna press her. I don't fucking know. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. Well, I've heard about our wonderful fuel explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, ma'am. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves are even the worst enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are others, unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's home via a network of pipes, but these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas in their own rotten pipes. They make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. Diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft! We visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters. We always have to check whether or not one of the devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what that lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask you for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. That's real secret. So I let him, and you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I could tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes. It's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Oh, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flickers, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. Trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they all went out. Along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. Thank you, Susato. Thank you, Susato. I got that. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. You're trying to kill us all, I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Okay, somebody been doing that to Soseki. And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. I think perhaps... Yeah, that was certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us. Like I said, ma'am, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. I'm not really sure what the point of it is. Alright. So I obviously need to pit him against somebody. But I don't know who. Not Logic Boy. Probably not. Cost of fortune. When nothing else past the victim's lips, there's no other explanation, is there? What if he breathed in the gas? I mean, nothing else. Like, it's not him. It's not her. It's not gonna be that. It's not be that. So it's gotta be this man. Yeah, did he breathe in the gas and get sick? I mean, that's not gonna be the answer because we still have a second half of the courtroom. He said that they go unscrew one of the lights. I wish I could look. Hold on. I can look at the court record. The handprints of the lamp. The lamp. So that's what he's doing, and that's why Soseki's pilot light keeps going out.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. Whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Oh, what? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a matter of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there was any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I had been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds into the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Yeah, I guess. They tasty them gas pipes, that we saying. Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned police friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Oh my god, dude, stop throwing your stupid glasses. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say. I have proof, asshole. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamster put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamster has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. Getting railed! And I have evidence to prove it. Right, you've got our attention, lads. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. You missed that whole conversation, Carly. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamster stood in front of his gas lamp. Ow, I just bent my fingers back too far. Love that for me.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Oh, yes. Skin prints that we were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel? Never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to rent fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamster touched in his room.
Proceed such a thing. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamster also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of...
I don't believe it.
The gas lamp. I don't know who said that. Probably the lady. I thought the reason why this isn't immediate... Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamster has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right, what have you been up to, you nut?
I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement...
What, me now?
When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... If Mr. Shamster would have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Yes, I am suggesting that he was trying to murder Suzeki. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination. Ow, I've really hurt my fingers. My hand is not happy after that. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zieks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. No, shut up, go to jail. You're right. You're right for that, Carly.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. If only Sholmes was here instead of sleeping. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But
Please, my lord, if I may.
Miss Susato,
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skimpers as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Thank you, Susato.
And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating, and I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
Thank you, guys. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait, you heard his lordship. It's not a fair dink of evidence.
We're even. I'll take that.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes us her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Why, Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel. A man of logic. Okay. I already pressed her. Okay. So it's either him, the sketchy T, her, definitely not her, or him. So it's really definitely 1 or 5. I'm just gonna start here. And if it's wrong, I'll go press the other one. All the evidence, you say? That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events in the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints of the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And Mr. Shamspear did indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing my mind. Everybody stretch. Ugh, after the summation examination, I gotta go get my cup of water because I'm thirsty. As the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans in the night in question, does it? Oh. You can't make your case better than that. I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait.
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their mind before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shansfield really did blow out the gas pipe on the night in question? I can't prove it. I can present evidence. I have supporting testimony. I think it's the testimony, because didn't Saseki tell us that he had another thing where his stove went out that night? No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's this? Testimony?
It's incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadep residence that night, namely... where is he? Here he is. Shady Boy. The cat. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court, yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shanspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shanspeare fellow blew up air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose.
Now hold your horses there. Why would he do that for?
Because he's a nasty murderer. Mr. Foreman.
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet, however. You must surely agree that there is more to this case than meets the eye. I haven't even got to the murderer or the curse yet.
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost.
That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination is concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Get wrecked, Nancy! I can't stand him. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
I feel like 3 should be enough, but okay.
Sir William Shanspeare. My lord, how can thy humble Shanspeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various relations made during the summation examination? Revelations. So God meant me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either, the lamp or the pipe.
But your hair plants made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
Yes, I get it, Nico. I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, print from the self-professed detective's toy no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gaslamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. Would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shanspeare's room to be examined. There are traces of poison, if there are traces of poison there.
what appears to be extremely simple is my Japanese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that.
In any case, Counsel, fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
He killed the last tenant by doing that too. No, he was only here for 3 months, so he didn't do that. I don't know. Racism. That's the true answer, Carly. There's only one possibility I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order, order, Counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Natsumi. Obviously.
Take that!
If the gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I'll live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like.
I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide.
You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then arises, who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Okay, no. I'm thinking about the timeline. He definitely killed Olive's boyfriend. Because he moved in right after the murderer guy was arrested. And then Shamspeare moved in at 3 months. And then 3 months ago, he died like 3 days after Shamspeare moved in, because that was the day. He died a couple of days after murderer got executed, and he showed up, and that's because somebody was living there when he moved in. He killed, I think his name was Duncan. Boom. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused. Is this so taking that serious? No. He had no fucking clue what was going on. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsumi. No, not true. Defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that it has a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established,
that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
No, get up, Ryu. Not true. Somebody else could have done it. Maybe somebody getting revenge for the last tenant he murdered. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsumi of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but what if we fail to do that? I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, is all pointing to a particular person now. Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what... There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? Okay. It's not Susato, it's not Iris, and it's not Sholmes. Olive. Possibly. Shamspeare murdered her fiance and also sent her a letter because the part of the envelope is on his floor. It's possible she dropped it in there. It's not Soseki. It wouldn't be Gregson. It's not himself. Not Gary Deb. It's none of the rest of these people, and he's dead. So, we got one option that makes any sense. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago? The victim in the recent case of the stabbing on Briar Road, an incident for which Mr. Natsumi was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for 3 days, I believe, but I heard she regained consciousness 2 days ago. Now, I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. I think, at least not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Japanese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Why do I feel like Shamster would sound exactly like Taco? You're so right for that, Nico. You are so correct for that. Absolutely. If I could do a Taco voice, I would pivot.
1 hour should be sufficient.
I don't think I can do a Taco voice.
Very well, I grant the request. Okay, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We can reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
And Gabby can go get a beverage.
Okay. I'm gonna save the game and I'm gonna go get my cup. My drinky drink cup. Would love to save. Alright, be back in 2 seconds. Okay, hello. My whole family has already gone to bed. It's not even 10 o'clock. Why am I panting? Okay. If I haven't stretched already, now is the time. Okay. Last bit of this case. Oh, it's not that long. Hell yeah.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsumi, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress.
I don't remember what locum means.
Now finally, at long last, there could be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Ah! Airlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent.
I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says. Well, it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly on your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. Truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
Then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make such foolish blunder? The answer came to me at once, so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. Okay, that makes more sense. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Subtle looks so concerned. And yes, one more thing. Do you remember this?
Ah,
Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to. It was a laborious task, as the bottle was nearly empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Bottle of poison. Yeah, I wasn't going to do that, but thank you so much. Could I have a word? Oh, it's you. I have a word. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. You got your fish and chips. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. And the look on your face, I say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I am not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
do you have the results, Inspector? The investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room?
A man by the name of, yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yacht and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Capital offense includes an article about him dying of illness in prison.
These documents.
I want to read it now. 18 counts of burglary. Burglary? 6 counts of murder. Suspected murder. Died of natural causes while in prison, his final moments witnessed by only his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remain uncovered. Manchester's Strangeways president announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment carried out. Okay. I assume it's the witness by his cellmate. That's the most relevant. But I don't know. Was Shakespeare the cellmate? Who knows?
These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, if the ones who turned up... You're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's working are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in his crown.
Shining diamond in the rough, maybe.
Look, I don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Okay, bye.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery, but not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in floods of tears personally, so best of luck to you.
Locum Tenens, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Natsumi?
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Reinosuke. You have to. $12:30.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Now, before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago was the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. Rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, and is the new witness present, ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in. She's painting. Okay. Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be of a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling. Really, I'm a hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie.
Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. Miss Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with this matter at hand. Did they put the poison in the... Yes, they did. I couldn't remember.
That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happened I'd passed by that neighbourhood 6 days ago, that's all. On the night this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garadeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own. Now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may have been... You better spend worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no. The incident 6 days ago, you mean? You want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. The subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. I need to move my camera a little bit. It's too much. That's still better.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking on the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern in the eve which thou speakest, where I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital. I knew nothing about all this business.
You were following a letter that he sent you. Yes, second incident in a week. I believe to be aptly described the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say that you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare. 'Twas the following morning, when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of law make on the floor above mine. And so Seki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they are unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. Because he invited her there to the pub. Anyway, this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Okay. Well, 6 days ago... I don't really care about those statements. I was at the tavern. The first time I've been in the area, I had a little matter to attend to. What matter was that, my darling? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
There's nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does that matter? There's nothing to do with Duncan.
Oh! Where's the button? Yeah, you got something to say? Excuse me! Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question.
Ah, pray forgive me. That great bard's worth springeth from me from within me, with ne'er a thought.
Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something.
Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows are rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours?
Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Yes, sir.
Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. Do you remember where we found this torn-off piece of envelope?
Yes, of course. It was in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
For some reason, it suddenly started to bother me. The way it's been ripped, I feel sure I've seen the same pattern somewhere else.
Ah, I wonder if it could be this you're thinking of. The envelope with Miss Green's card game.
Yes, that's it. Try putting them together now and let's see.
They go together perfectly. This torn-off end of envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Yes, there we go. Beautiful.
It's Duncan Ross.
Continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Isn't it also saying nothing about... Oh, fuck. Okay, I think I need to press an earlier statement. Okay, Quince and I just happened to be outside the house. I had my... it's this one.
Hold it!
Why were you at the tavern, sir? A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug in the Saddle where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
A little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
The Slug in the Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread to his name.
It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
Okay.
I would have expected grub scrubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be? There's water sommeliers, Ryu. It can be very different.
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he normally wouldn't does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Mr. Shamspeare?
Yes, sire.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug in the Salad, a place which you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speak it.
Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely...
believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear?
Well,
Excuse me. Can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this old man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
may you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony
to include details about the peculiar note. Peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me.
Nope. It absolutely does.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions of the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If that's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspear's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Oh, well.
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions to the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it.
You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, thou were in my room. What on earth do you want with me? Would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst due with the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now, on the subject of the curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day written therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck it to this man's room, do you? Why would I? I could point out the villain here. As for that torn-off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to just say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, your lord. My lord? Your lord.
The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspear's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. Alright, let's see. Do you remember now? It was a week ago. I did Terry an hour, nobody came. Shared company, Japanese fellow. Thereafter, on the evening I shared company, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? Point out the villain here. Why would I? Doesn't have anything to do with that. Not the teacups. To poison him? With her poison?
Objection!
Maybe. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison afflicted Mr. Shamspear. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room? Too? May seem incredible to the court. But from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dearie. Me!
That painting is blank. Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did intend to set this odious trap 6 days ago, he was procreate canvas, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoings at that time, and then then, what's his face? Suzeki was gone for, 6 days. Arrested. Not 6 days, but was gone for a couple days. And Suzeki's the one he was trying to kill, so why would he put his mouth on it? The night that Suzeki comes back, he goes and has tea with him, and then he tries to kill him again. Lord Van Zeeks?
And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shakespeare's address.
More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsumi, being arrested on suspicion of murder.
That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shakespeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself.
But why do you want to kill Suzeki? Here's my theory about why he's killing all these people. When he showed up at Garudeb's, he asked for the middle floor room, Suzeki's room. And he was like insistent upon it until he was like, dude, it's fucking occupied. So he was like, alright, I'll take the bottom floor. So I think he killed Dustin, whatever his name was. It wasn't Dustin. He killed Green's fiance because he wanted that room. Duncan, thank you. And then, Soseki moved in like days after, like super fast after. Probably before he could ask to move in there. And I think he wants to be in that room because it was the murderer's room where he got arrested. And I think he thinks that's where Murderer Man hid his stash. That treasure that they never found. I think he thinks it's hidden in that room somewhere. That's my suspicions. That's my reasoning. We'll see if I'm right.
To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsumi's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Matsumi has been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In this circumstance, Mr. Shakespeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison in the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Natsumi's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsumi returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shakespeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present in the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. I think he was also, here's my other theory, he was the cellmate. He was the cellmate of the murderer who watched him die. Maybe he killed him, probably, I don't know. That's my guess. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. She's on a box! She's on a crate! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. You'll share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, took up residence in the lodging at Mr. Garadev's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah! Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man who they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Well, what do you know?
That's not her voice.
The world is so unfair.
Oh god, what was her voice?
Curses, Carrie's death, that's all people care about.
That's what it is.
If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you? Duncan was? Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? Oh, sweetheart. She should be set free. I think she did a good thing. It's all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding? You are now accused both parties, counsel, each on different counts of murder. Murder, attempted murder, 2 counts of attempted murder. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to prove a motive to substantiate your accusations against the man. I have a motive. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, then what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I'd find some evidence of something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. But in any case, wherever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That old place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door, with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box.
Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
Ah! Oh my god, Shamspear. What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color is drained from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now. Maybe it's the key to the stash. It's mine. I inherited it. Yep, it's the key to the stash. What is that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, What's all this about? He inherited that key?
It was obviously important to you since you've gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamspear has tried, in one case, succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against— I know what the motive is, at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. Finally, what is it? It's these files.
Take that!
Thank you so much, Gregson. That's an official police report, is it not? Miss Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting the inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if that's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. which is why Mr. Shamsbury subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsumi, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsumi. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000-pound loot left behind by the dead convict. I'm not yelling. Okay. No noises were made. Looks like I'm gonna stuff it before they get to me to stretch me neck. Listen, what should I have me loot? Oh,
anything to stop the coppers getting it for their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare.
okay. Very dramatic.
See you in hell.
It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh God, man. Mr. Shamspeare. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, to give credit where it's due, Izzy came up with that first. I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man's guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No!
He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may have something that can help us find where the loot is hidden. Do we? My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. So it's like he was also walking that man across the floor like a dog.
Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place this...
I don't know. The book receipt. Street map.
The soap. Teacups. Envelope. The gas meter. Handprints. Why did he have this picture? Was it just because it was of Duncan? I don't... No, Olive has the key. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the hall? Use to locate... the skin prints. We could use Herlock's thingy to do this. The handprints.
Take that!
Maybe.
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamsbury's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. I knew it. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. 'Tis Sherlock Holmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not?
Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. I see your complexion has worsened since last we met.
Drag him!
It's been a while, and you look terrible.
Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Van Zeek's son.
I'll have to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, it does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord.
Mr. Lord!
Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. In the method by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities, you need only a small sample of something the individual had previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you've been holding elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in the old room. What form will the sample take? Present evidence? Present a person?
Um... I don't think any of our evidence makes any sense for this. Nothing that man would have touched. So I guess it's a person. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed. Okay. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up and up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create an indicator solution? Miss Olive Green. Miss Green.
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry.
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on the surface that we can use. Okay. Though I'm sure Shamspear was gripping it. I don't know. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No, give the key to me. The detective shan't have it. It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear, despair. Be thy name. Oh my god. Grip it and rip it. Anyway. Never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's stolen haul of stolen goods. Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind on the rent, for one thing. Mr. Karadeb really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsumi. What unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsumi was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, I actually will lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shamspear. How does it go? To be or not to be, that is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, It's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Both of them are gonna get attempted murder, and he's gonna get actual murder. Fully murder.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply and my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you just leave that horrible room tonight?
Oh, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time he ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is a bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a moustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Scrubbery for some food, so I followed him. I sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
The place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict used to live there, trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can't hardly breathe. The pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumour I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
Rumor? Ah, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt back in my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. You really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipes you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamsphere was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamsphere. Then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew it would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamsphere followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought around the mouth of the pipe, all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. all the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and the culprit would get his just desserts.
Good for you, girlfriend. Honestly. I'm not happy you have to go to jail. But, like, you did what you had to do. Yeah, innocent. Exactly.
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
Oh god, they have the same voice again.
Certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. Exactly. Don't put your mouth where it don't belong, and you won't get poisoned.
And I certainly didn't envision walking with you.
Had nothing to say on that, Judge?
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord.
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
Just a damn, he's so racist. Anyway.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsumi here present.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from
Ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
oh, because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsumi. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Not guilty! The fireworks inside of a building are crazy and remain crazy.
Court is adjourned.
Beautiful. Oh,
Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done!
divine justice? My dear fellow, if there was any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say that a lubricant mustache is luxuriant. Where am I saying lubricant? Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom.
Wet mustache.
I'm
very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsumi. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days.
was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark, dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. Case closed.
My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are humans. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What?
Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. It does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Yeah, let him leave.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsumi. How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Moustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from our battle with the Reaper. That's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper isn't the prosecutor. Is the prosecutor.
Desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. Her luck, leave him alone!
My goodness, yes! This was such a terrifying prospect. Susanna, leave him alone too! Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it.
I believe you. Don't worry, my man. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. So Seki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Are we gonna see the loot? I would love to see the... Oh my god. On one hand, I'm like, bitch, you live like this. And then I'm like, bitch, I would live like this.
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? so aggressive.
Gracie's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, Tronspy is the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. What the? What is that? A collar? A bloody collar? Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge, though.
Look at all the gemstones set in it. You can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There's some dark stains. Kinky. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
But of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? Could be valuable evidence, after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. Burlock Bones. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot. Hand it over now. Burlock Bones. Wilson's initials? John Wilson? John B. Wilson, probably. Never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
You look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine.
Sniff it.
But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
I'm talking about the latest installation of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man in the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story.
Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Hi, Brooklyn. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
He's talking.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
I love the voice acting. I love the moments. I would listen to his voice all day long. And yes, I would love to save. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. What does that mean? Excuse me? What does that mean? Yes, take me to the title screen. Should we do one of, Oh, no. Should we do one of these? That's the wrong thing. An escapade. Let's do it. Let's do one. Alright, that's fine. I've seen the first game story. Ugh, here we are again.
Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing.
Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice, cozy breakfast.
We have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid the visit couldn't have been avoided.
I suppose not. Is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good.
It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps perfect time.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter.
What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today.
You're right. Something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. Sounds either like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to pillar clumsily. Oh, you call it unfit? Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here? What am I? Is it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. We have to talk later, Sunshine.
Good morning, Lord Strongheart.
Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day? Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day.
We are to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealers and Mr. Natsumi are over now.
Ah, yes, the little Japanese man. I've already cast my eyes over Van Zeek's report. I must say, the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done.
You are too kind, my lord.
It's not here, it's not there, it's not over there either. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been herring around between the bookshelves, looking beside himself with worry. He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now there's an all too familiar title. I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where it was. Nope, not there! Not there either! Come on, where are you lions hiding? The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. Inside 5 minutes.
I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed.
Ah, yes, that's become his month's salary is staked upon the outcome. At whose instigation? Let me guess, this stony-faced lord. And the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that? There is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid.
Oh, by your own admission.
Ah, I can't. My feet are killing me. 5 seconds. 4,
3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector. Ah! Which means that next month you will work unpaid and have no days off. No, 2 days off. Was that the whole... There really are just so many books here. It's overwhelming. For some, perhaps. I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed.
So, what do you mean, Inspector?
When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books. Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings. No, that's not it.
Oh,
There was a tax on paper, see? On paper? Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously, that meant most folks couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
ah, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart?
Indeed, vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public consider books as items for hire. I'm gonna say that libraries existed well before your paper tax. But sure, whatever you say. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
You couldn't hope to read all of that even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it. If I knew I could read it infrequently, I would read it. The subject of tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. Came up with Mr. Natsumi's trial. Seems that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax. That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of a thing for tax and stuff. Yes, they have. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards. Wait, sorry? What was that last one? Did you say beards? Yup, the beard tax. Never heard of it? Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow? You may well ask. I suppose it's because it makes them look self-important. Ugh, the Naruhodos would have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think. You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago. Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean. Paying them. You got that back to front, sunshine. But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Miss Usato?
In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? No, you don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan.
No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax.
What was that?
It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax was levied on it. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation.
I had no idea. So you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits. But we never had a beard tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far.
Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beards, at least.
What do you mean, at least?
Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright.
The ruling class prohibited beards?
It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict.
Why did the powers that be want to ban beards? Because it makes people look self-important? Just an idea.
It was seen that rulers in the East and West have very similar ideas over the years.
Yeah, I'm getting a history lesson in my gay lawyer video game.
There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period.
There have.
For example, that was before either of us were born. There was a rabbit tax.
There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures, like the ones who make mochi sweets on the moon?
Yes, and it was an extremely large tax too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money.
This just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then?
Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital.
A boom?
Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits.
Like colored chicks, I suppose? I do imagine, though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you.
So, in response to this worrying social vote, the government imposed a rabbit tax.
I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem.
And it worked because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished.
Well, I hate to say it about my own country, but Japan is strange.
But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished, then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom.
Oh dear, the government didn't think that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you are responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. That is staple taxation system. The whole country would go down the drain. Well, yes, I suppose so, but some of these taxes... That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen... Me? A British statesman? Yes. What novel tax would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. What is this? Inside 5 seconds. What? Oh,
think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo. Really squeeze every penny out of the population.
It's quite an intense stare. I'm very glad Susanoo-san isn't in charge. Your time is up. So, what's your answer? Well... Air, maybe. Yes, how about air? An air tax, you say?
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea.
Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money. Blimey, you're retiring it hard, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one. No, you mean to say...
Surely not. You mean a tax on air has been imposed in the past?
It was last century. The finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it. What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath. Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either.
Oh dear. Although clearly it would have been an untenable situation.
Public at large are a force to be reckoned with. Don't I know it?
How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose?
Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections. Sorry? Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind as it happens. So I think an objection tax would be very handy. Good to see you don't allow your personal views to influence your work in public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. Most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Ryu is so sassy. Well, then I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? Why? What else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride. Oh! It's on one of the shelves in this room.
Of that I am certain. Now, I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's stake your student stipend on it, Fail to find the book and you forfeit next month's payment. Objection! Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is going to be the death of me. Oh my god. And with that, I'm gonna call it an episode. Can you let me click on the exit game button? That would be nice. And I didn't even think Firefox was open. Can you stop? Thank you guys for hanging out. Oh, you thought I would have played hide and seek. I would have enjoyed playing hide and seek, but that's okay. Thank you guys for hanging out and coming. I fucking love this game. I've missed so many messages. I love this game. It's so much fun. We have, let's see, three cases left. Return of the great departed soul. Twisted Karma in his last bow. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Black Friday next week. Yeah, I will not be streaming Friday because actually I'm not going to. I might be streaming on Friday. I don't know what time we're getting home from my sister's. It's a 4-hour drive. I don't know if I think we're going to get back at a reasonable time because my dad has to work the next morning. But I don't know what the plan is. So I will keep y'all informed via Twitter. I'll either be streaming Friday or possibly Saturday. Also tired and turkey belly. Yes. We're doing like weird Thanksgiving. We're going out to my sister's apartment in her med school, and because she has a tiny kitchen, we're not cooking, and we can't leave until Thursday because my dad is working Wednesday night until like midnight. We're picking up Cracker Barrel catering, and that will be our Thanksgiving meal. Which, whatever, should be fine. And then we have to leave on Friday because my dad has to work Saturday, so it's gonna be a lot. I'm dragging poor Minnie with us on these 4-hour car rides. I don't know. My plan is to download a bunch of Supernatural episodes and watch them on the car ride. Let that get me through, because maybe I'll be back up to season 13 by that point. With the way that I've been blasting through, I think I said this earlier. Last week, last Friday or Saturday, whenever I streamed, I think I was on like season 9. I am on season 12 now. I watched so much of this show last week. It was like all I did. I made this, and I watched that show. And I bought, one thing that I did buy. Did you know there's a Choose Your Own Adventure Supernatural book? Did you know that exists? And now I own it. It's 4 Choose Your Own Adventure stories in this little book. I had to own that. I couldn't not own that because that's so funny.
That's so funny to me that that exists. I don't know. I am in shock and awe with the amount of Supernatural merch that exists in the world that I, with my adult money, could possibly purchase and own. Is that a good idea? No. But here we are, making bad financial decisions and being obsessed. So anyway, before I go on another 20-minute rant about Supernatural, I'm gonna log off, I think. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I will keep you guys updated, hopefully via Twitter, on my streaming schedules for the week, for next week. We will see how things shake out. But on that note, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your Friday night, a fan-freaking-tastic weekend, and, for my US friends, an amazing Thanksgiving and the holiday. And I will see you guys next week, alright? Goodbye!